Oh,
Dwarf Warrior
starting off with a
25
big
just
resub.
subscribed
Thanks,
for
Dwarf.
29 months. Well,
Thanks,
yes,
Dwarf.
indeed.
29 months.
29. Bloody LA.
I know.
Hi,
Jesus.
everybody. It's Wednesday. You know what that
My
means?
My dudes.
It is time for some more Dungeonings and Dragonings. Would you believe? YouTube won't know. But Twitch knows that at the hour of 6 minutes past 6, I arrived home not 10 minutes ago. That's why I was confused this morning as to whether we were playing, because other plans had been made and I was running late. But I made it, so we're here. And here we go. Anyway, I'm going to sit and chill and play with my straw while Dwarf gives us a recap.
With your what now?
I was going to say, it's a good thing you said straw. Because
My long and thin...
Are you yanking my pizzle? Don't
He's
yank my
jerking it!
pizzle.
He's jerking it! Right, Top Shagger, it's over to you. I watched Sinners today, that's why I'm late, by the way. Sinners, fan-fucking-tastic film. Get it watched, it's about vampires. Loved it. Anyway, go Dwarf.
I was still catching up on what happened. So, we began with brains braining still.
I like the way you word your recaps. Nice.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of every pattern, type and flavour, sit down, get the popcorn ready, because we're going on an adventure. In the beginning, it started last week with a lot of shit happening. And I mean a lot of shit. People's souls were ripped out. People was disappeared into some shadow realm. Azura literally got sent to the shadow realm.
We
Still don't know where. Well,
Back. We
shut up. This is my recap, not yours.
Don't interrupt him, fucking hell.
Oh,
He's only got one trail track of thought. Don't derail him.
I only one brain cell. I'm terribly sorry, George.
Dickheads. Anyway. He got sent to the shadow realm. We saved Zephyra from her soul being drowned. Yeah, I don't know.
Browned
Divine inspiration was
in the
used.
water realm.
Amazing. So, we then determined, Scath said to Ulysses, the madcap, the bastard that he is, that he owes Scath and the group a favour, which he was like, do I really? Scath was like, yes, you do. And we cashed in the favour by me and Jin being teleported to Doriusai. Now, Scath was in the intent of going himself to see his sister to give him his book back and then get teleported back. What could possibly go wrong with Scath being by himself? Nothing, apparently, but Jin, on the other hand, and Zephyra thought differently. It's as if they don't trust him. I wonder why. Zephyra and Jin had a intimate moment of... Jin was like, do you need me to go, Zephyra? Tell me and I won't go. I'll stay by your side forever. Pretty much, it went to that... Shut up. It went something along them lines. They looked longingly into each other's eyes. And it was determined that Jin had to babysit Scath. Still don't know why. So, after... I believe they had a kiss. I can't remember. I think they did. I think there was a peck on the cheek somewhere. I remembered it somewhere. Anyway. They said farewell, and Ulysses, being in a rush after eating all the grapes on the table, decided, time to go! So Jin and Scath went with Ulysses the Madcap, as well as his two assistants. Can't remember the names, I do apologise. Swirled around in the mystic arts of the arcane, and teleported to Doriusai. Yay, we're back. Yay, we're back. In the meantime, Zephyra and her sister had... Well, they had a moment of... Zephyra's sister having to now run a guild in Dragyun, which Zephyra was happy for. We're still not sure, but I believe they are going to relish the journey that is to come with them. They had some moments. They spoke about family, the future, what's going to happen. It was very nice. After, I can't remember how long it's been since Zephyra's seen his sister. I can't even remember.
5
It's
years.
been a while. 5 years, thank you. 5 years. It's been a while. So there was emotions there. Especially after seeing Zephyra's soul just being ripped out of her body, put back in, and this mad bastard with a hat that's... Well, is it attached? We don't know. Anyway. Azura was... We still don't know where he is, but I'm still saying the Shadow Realm because it sounds amazing for the time being. Was sent to the Shadow Realm. He was chained and... Well... Oh, the skittering noises freaked me the fuck out. That's all I'm going to say. Azura tried multiple... Azura tried multiple things. He tried to negotiate with the entities in the Shadow Realm. We still don't know what they are yet. He tried to cast his breath weapon, which was a vast expanse of nothingness while still being chained. He wasn't able to get to the chains to try and break them or, well, do anything. He was chained up. He then spoke to said entities multiple times, trying to determine what said entities were. Still not found out what. Tune in today to find out. Hopefully, we'll get somewhere. And then, Azura kind of started on the cusps of bargaining, potentially. We don't know. We will find out tonight how that goes and how it goes in his favour. May the odds be ever in your favour.
Hopefully better odds than us drawing cards.
What? That was... What's the chances of drawing 3 of the worst cards? Anyway. I don't know how many cards are in the deck. I could make the odds out, but let's not go. We're getting sidetracked. Azura said something along the lines of, how many souls would it take to replace mine? Like the Jack Sparrow and the David Jones. Like, what's one soul worth to another? Something along that. It's been a long week, all right, and I didn't get that far in looking at the recap. But Azura had the beginnings of a bargaining on the cusp of... It was like, is he going to turn to the dark side and start sacrificing souls in exchange for his? We shall never know. Try as he might, Azura still couldn't get free because we ended the session. Don't forget, we'll tune in tonight. Jin and Scath, on the other hand, had... Oh, jeez, why did we have to go back to Joriusai? Jesus.
It's good job you did.
Sorry. Ulysses did some scrying to find out where Scath's sister was, so we could take the book back and we determined it was Doriusai. I missed that up. I do apologise. Sorry. Ulysses the madcap for the win. We got teleported to Doriusai, to which we found Scath's sisters, the wizard, and the warrior, unconscious, under a sleep spell, because of the damn fucking bard group. Fucking hate bards. Bastards. And we was met by 2 talking mannequins, which cutting them up into million pieces didn't solve anything, which was really annoying. There was some mouldy stew left on the floor, but, well, they couldn't eat it because it was under a sleep spell. We managed to wake them up, thanks to Ulysses again, the mad bastard. Things were said, timelines was exchanged that we determined they were asleep for at least 7 days. Yeah, amazing. We then found 6 Doriusai guards under the same sleep spell, behind a massive heavy door, which was under a magical lock spell. Damn bards again.
You're fucked with my door!
They mess with Jin's door. Don't touch Jin's door, alright?
No, You can touch the guards, but not the door.
Anything but the goddamn door. So, Jin amazingly split the party yet again to a four-way split, technically, for a very short time. What could possibly go wrong in a four-way split? Went to the lower.
Waiting for your turn.
Jin went down to the tarn, as it was, found another talking mannequin, chopped it into 1,000,000 pieces because he got pissed off with it, blah, blah, blah. He threw a silver coin to all the children around and said, see them pieces? Go dump them in the ocean so they can't hear them, as well as the two that we chopped up earlier. The kids were happy because it was a silver piece. Jin also left a gold piece for the parents of the children, I believe, as a goodwill gesture. Very nice, my friend. Very nice. Showing that you care for your people still. Could have given them at least 5 gold, but anyway.
Years worth of earnings for those people. Come on, man. It's like winning the
technically,
lottery.
It has technically been a while since we've actually got paid for the job. I'm just saying.
That's true.
Not all of us got a bag of 100 platinum from some bastard elf. Anyway, that's another story. Jin and Scath met back up. We then spoke to Scath's sisters and determined it's probably best that we go to Lochtorpion just to make sure the city is okay, because the travelling bard group has either they're on the way or they've got there and they may have fucked shit up. We don't know. It was best to find out by getting there. That way we know it's safe. We teleported to the guardhouse in Lochtorpion, which is where I believe we ended.
Yeah.
I can't even remember if we've out happened after that. Oh, I missed out. Oh shit! We missed a really important part. I do apologise. We teleported to Doryusai. Scath and Jin had a little chat. We're rewinding back here. Just bear with us. Jin said he loves Zephyra, which was the first time Scath has heard him say that, which was like, now's the time, my boy. So Scath pulled his dagger out, unscrewed the little top with the hidden compartment. After hearing Jin saying he loves Zephyra, Scath gave Jin a gold ring that Scath was going to give to his former. Well, we're not going to go into that, but Scath gave the ring to Jin and said, get better use out of it to give it to Zephyra in due time. Which, if you saw the cameras last week, Lucy was very like. I can't remember
It
Jin's
was too
face.
cute. You got an inspiration for it because it was so
I
cute.
did. Scath can be good when he's cute when he wants to be, but yes,
Well,
the ring he never got the chance to give to his former true love. Isn't that just sad? Let me go wipe my tears. Anyway, Jin and Scath had that moment before he met his sisters who were tied up, and well, that's when a lot of anger started for both Jin and Scath. And one day, little umbrella on a beach with a drink. One day. To which, fast forward back to getting teleported to Salgard. Not Salgard.
You're all over the place.
Lochtorpion. I know, my brain. Anyway, Lochtorpion, guardhouse. That's where we ended. Recap done.
Well,
I think.
I think you did, aside from timey-wimey, I think you did pretty good.
Just the wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff. It's
what happens when the party's split. Everything gets a little bit timey-wimey regardless.
yeah. Things wasn't in the correct order, but it was just a sit. Yeah. Anyway, over to you, DM.
As you step out of the guardhouse with plans to venture to the Korth residence, you look across the streets. You look up and down at the residents making their way about their business. The smatterings of guards all providing a friendly fist on the chest salute to the captain as they walk past, not stopping necessarily to check where she's been every 5 seconds. No doubt there'll be some kind of briefing about that at a more opportune time. But I believe the plan was to venture to your gaff. And so venture there you do. It doesn't take you long to head north in the city. With the cathedral looming in the distance, that familiar twang of comfort comes across you, Scath. Past the park in which Jin had a meeting with his brother. And it was also the same park in which you arrived via teleport when Nak nearly died. Arguably did die. Over and over until he was clawed back from the brink over and over. If not for that little child. Prodigy cleric. Soon enough, you approach the front gate of your house, walking through. Not much seems changed, if not the grass at the front a little longer. You still notice, similarly to the longer grass, the plants in the flower beds below the windows seem well lived, but seem in bloom and seem cared for. So if nothing else, someone has been maintaining the property in your absence. You make your way inside the house, and they
Actually, knock on the door.
yeah.
I just walked through my own house.
yeah.
Scaff, someone's obviously been. Let's give him the courtesy of knocking.
It's my gaff.
Gaff. That Kerecekian term.
Sorry. Jesus. Sorry.
It's my gaff. Common.
You're not wrong, Scaff. You know.
Brain is not braining. Why would I knock to enter my own house, Jin?
Are you currently occupying said house? The occupant may be improper.
I mean, the only occupant I believe should be here is your brother.
Exactly.
He is right, brother. As much as it is our own house, it wouldn't hurt to just knock before we walk in.
So, knock, knock. Now I will shout, "Brother, we're coming in." I'll open the door. And I'll open the door.
Just in case he's doing any journaling.
As you walk into the house, there is a subtle smell of spices, mostly ginger, and an unfamiliar scent in this house of recently baked goods. As you look over towards the stove, you can see sitting on top of a cooling tray a simple cake and a couple of side pastries.
Brother?
You hear a muffled shout from upstairs. Unclear as to what was said. And then some footsteps shuffling from above and venturing their way downstairs slowly. Revealing himself once more, still in his Doriosai finery, but with stitches upon some of the slightly damaged parts. Nak appears. his beard less groomed than it was, just left to kind of sit. Only really being about a week's growth. It's not overgrown, but he's clearly not shaved it into its tidiness that he may have been prompted to in his studies or even at home. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you all so soon. Please tell me everything's okay before we go on.
Define okay, like Scath just said, yes.
Well, apparently as great minds think alike through common experience. Is anybody deceased?
There's plenty of that's been deceased, and
Okay.
We
Anyone,
don't know.
anyone that we care about in the immediacy?
We don't know.
Oh my. He kind of
We'll find out in the morning.
shuffles forward, kind of sidestepping you, almost in a strange sense of comfortability found in one's own home, foregoing
like,
the
"Have you made it yourself at home here?"
of perhaps asking permission. You know, he shuffles past. Well, I have a ginger cake cooling on the stove and some simple... And he kind of thinks for a moment, scratches his loose top knot, which kind of droops a bit more. But I don't even know what time it is. I thought I'd made breakfast pastries, but maybe not. Forgive me, it feels strange to offer the owners of the residence to help themselves, but please, bring me up to speed with everything that you need to. And
What Jin will do first, maybe a little unfamiliar, both him and his brother. He will pull him in for a quick hug.
He almost winces a little and hesitates. And you'd noticed he, as I say, he just shuffled past. He didn't stop for formality bows or handshakes. He just carried on, almost absent in his mind. And he pauses for a second, and then you feel his muscles relax a little, and he pats you loosely on the back.
Good seeing you, brother.
And you too.
Well, we'll sit down. We'll fill you in.
Again, he instinctually picks up a couple of plates out of the cupboard, lays a quick table, and carries the cake over with a knife, and then looks at the Korth siblings and kind of furrows his brow and shakes his head. Forgive me, I'm playing host to you all in your own home. Please.
It's Knack. It's fine. We did say make yourself at home. For the time being, it's absolutely fine, my friend.
He cuts the cake into 8 slices, enough for one each, with perhaps a couple left over. He collects a jug of water from the shelf, pours a couple of glasses of water and sits down at the table. Am I to prepare for bad news, if not uncertain news?
Not entirely sure what to be honest. I'll give you the overview. You might imagine a lot has happened in the span of maybe just a week and a half or so since we last saw each other. as for some reason, the fates have decided not to give us a break. So we just keep on having things happen to us. Don't find we're managing just. Journey to Dragyun from Dorisai went decently well. We had some encounters along the way. One of them has, up until yesterday, made Zarazella and Steel here undisposed, as well as what remains of the Dorisai garrison. They're all good now.
Kind of sits up a bit more and leans forward. Sebazella's just kind of nodding along, looking slightly embarrassed, and Steele's just halfway through her slice.
There's woman. Jesus.
They're all good now. The remaining guardship is in. They're dealing with things on their own speed. The town is fine. I checked it out really quickly. They're thriving. There'll be a time when we can put things as they were, but for now the people they're okay. Dragyun is, as you may remember from reports of our father and other sources, is unstable in its persistent stability, is the best way I can put it. The houses are still non-cooperative and at odds with each other to certain extents. There were some more scrabblings going on, more secrecy. We've ran into various issues with that. Turns out our big blue friend, Azura, well, let's say House Sir Manifacts believes that he may be a descendant of a gem dragon that they've got propped up on display.
Well, congratulations to that fellow.
Yeah.
It's not been determined yet. We're still working that part out.
We're still working that part out, yeah. But turns out all the secrecy that's currently was going on had to do with them having to select a new guild house master of Dragyun.
Oh, the guilds are to reopen.
That's what it looks like right now.
Interesting.
Probably in a couple of days' time, or in the days hence, or Zella can fill you in on whatever is happening here. We don't know, but something is also going to be happening here regarding that.
I mean, Dragyun's now got their new guild master.
Right.
Yes, which turns out to be now the sister of another Dragonborn friend that you may know from our company that is currently still in Dragyun, Zephyra. Her
Right,
sister is
When he says friend, I'm going to look at him like, really? Say it, my friend. Say it.
I'll look at him. I'll just sort of. It's fine. He knows.
Knack just has a subtle smirk on his face.
And then, in our infinite wisdom, the current head of the guilds offered us to pull some cards from what I can only believe a magically enhanced deck.
See, when you mention magic, he kind of completely loosens his top knot and just lets the hair droop down his back. He folds his arms. Right.
As luck has it, or luck didn't have it, we pulled some less fortuitous cards. Our big blue friend, Azura, has been taken away to a place that he'll be returning from tomorrow morning, if everything goes right. If the guy that we made promise to bring him back does. Otherwise, we'll be having a journey into God knows where at this point. Also, another card yanked Zephyra's soul out of her body. Good. Scath graciously put that back with the power of Avia. So that's settled. She's fine.
You see Sarah Zeller and Steele both look at Scath at that point.
Fine intervention.
He has some explaining to do at another
Yeah.
point.
Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
The Chaos Lizard found God. Again.
I found
He
the
can-
cleric again. The powers.
He can tell the details. He's turned into a wise man. It's kind of annoying.
Can't get it as a wise man. You see, the sisters are just like gone from nodding along with the recount to just openly confused at details that they didn't know at this point.
Oh, fluff.
We found Sarah's book in the meantime, or the big guy did. We got that back. So originally, this journey was to bring that book back, but it turned out this journey was ended up making sure that these two didn't starve while sleeping. Let's just say the fates have not been in our favor, brother. And I could really use a break. Something with small glasses, with strong drinks and little cocktail, little like umbrellas in them, beaches, palm trees, and just 3 years of predictability. So nice.
Well, I don't know what to say.
We're all in one piece, brother. And we'll get the big guy back.
Nobody's died we know or care about. Is the main thing.
Yes.
Problems can be rectified one way or another, and well, fortunately, I suppose I've not got quite the amount of news to regale. I've maintained the garden, if not the grass. I couldn't find an easy means to keep it tidy. You'll notice there is a slightly shorter patch, as I attempted to manually cut it, but that was going to take a ridiculous amount of time, and despite having quite a lot of that on my hands, you see, he kind of looks at his hands. Still no change.
Jin,
Yes, Gav.
what about the dunes?
There's one piece of news, brother.
That's if you want to say.
One piece of, perhaps on the long term, concerning news. Father escaped the siege, but he didn't do so unharmed. He had an entire arm torn off, and he's currently wandering the desert dunes. Best I can tell from what the cleric could tell me, that we had Scry to have a look, is he's weak and wandering. I don't know to what end.
Or may the desert sands claim him for all I care.
That is... There's two parts to my feelings, Nak. One, I am still convinced that I should, if he were to be alive, seek him out and finish the chapter that he started. One final act of justice in his way, and then never again. On the other hand, I am a lot like you. Let the deserts claim him. There's a part of me that doesn't feel like we can run that risk. What if he pulls through? Nah. He'll come out harder, more angry than ever before.
Whatever seats he held in the past are lost to him.
They are.
He would never be welcome within Doryosai again.
Well, there's not much the current guard can do against him. There are not enough of them.
In his weakened state, only bearing one arm, I'd care for their chances a lot more than when I last saw him.
I instructed the guard that if our father were to return, not to resist him and risk their lives. It's not worth it. But you're right, he's lost most of his power base. There's nothing left of Doria's side, the castle anyway. There's only its people. That's mostly what I'm worried about. But I will deal with that, brother. I want you to focus on resting.
He kind of rolls his eyes a little bit and gestures at the cake.
I know, I'm surprised actually. I didn't know you could bake. But it's
Okay.
quite good. I'll take a bite.
This is delicious.
It's not just the books of the arcane that we are to partake in the search for knowledge.
Well, I'm
But
glad
without
that you have
access
something.
to the arcane, those times spent revelling in the arts of baking were, well, times well spent it would be.
You deserve a rest. You have endured enough. Endured enough.
Because he clenches his fist a little bit as he holds the knife.
Remember, if something is lost, you can always
here we
learn
go.
to. Did you derail me? If something has been lost, you can always find it again. You just need to find said trigger.
Yes, and with little steps you get the furthest. I'll look at Sarazella. As I said, he's become a wise man.
See, she kind of rolls her eyes a little bit. Well, I thought those times were past us, but part of me is strangely glad to see them back.
I will also take the braces off, because obviously half my forearms I wear braces. I'll take it off, revealing the gold inlaid in my wrist.
See, Sarazella kind of winces a little and then takes your wrist and then looks. I'm not sure if I want to ask how that even happened. Could you have not just sought a symbol on a necklace, brother?
No. This is more meaningful and showing the faith better.
Well, I won't care to denounce your commitment.
But yes,
Never said he was
have-
smart.
saved your ass a few times.
It doesn't mean you're smart.
But yes, I have got a few cleric abilities back.
Well, congratulations. It's good to see you with... She kind of glances at everyone, perhaps anticipation of a slightly personal comment, but chooses to say it anyway. It's good to see you with purpose again, brother.
me to say was this annoying before. We'll say with a slight smirk on my face.
Good.
I'll give him a nudge.
Well, Knack, if I may, we chose to all travel to Lochtorpion in case those irritable musicians had made their way here.
Fucking bards.
I've not heard of anything. The city seems to have been going about its business. I've mostly kept to myself, but there's not seemed to be of any trouble. That's good news. I will I'll likely be remaining here for the foreseeable, in anticipation of Mr. Madcap's journey for the Guild House. Well, if you need anything from me, please do. Just ask.
Would it be out of place to say when Ulysses does come back for Lochtorpion to announce or find the new guild leader? As a new beginning, Knack, take that position.
I was about to ask if you were interested in a more administrative position somewhere, but gives you something to do in your day-to-day. Plus, you're from around the area.
One, it gives you chance to do something, so you're not just feeling
You
not
get
lost,
looks at the
but
cake. I
but
know.
as well as being in charge of a guild house, also has access to means of people finding certain things out which could help you get your magic back as well. With adventures being back.
Plus, no offense, brother, but you've always been the more... Well, you were taught this stuff from birth. As much as our teachings sometimes offend even myself.
As well as
Why not do what we're good at?
as well as with the foundation of the new Dorio Sai to be built, what greater relation than having yourself being closely linked to both Dorio Sai, the new Dorio Sai when it gets built, as well as the guild master of Lochtorpion.
I'll look at Arizona. Did you have anyone in mind?
She kind of smirks. I've been asleep for a week. I wasn't anticipating preparations needing to be made on the morrow. I've not thought about it in the slightest. My last concern was ensuring your guards formulate themselves in the city and leave them with confidence. And then after an interesting night's entertainment from a particular set of bards, I was looking forward to coming back to the city to begin preparations, and, well, here we are, a week later. But you do raise an interesting point, and if
Volonnaise just
Interested,
subscribed for 53 months. Excellent
I
session,
can't think of
gentlemen.
anyone better than someone with practical and, well, veritable intellect.
As well as the main factor of someone we can trust. More importantly, Jesus, can't even words.
Speaking of
At least
intellect,
somebody we can trust.
Take a deep breath, Scath.
Jesus.
Give yourself a second. And then reformulate the sentence.
At least somebody who we know we can trust will be at the guild master.
Well, it's all
Good
just... It's a wonderful thought, and I'm honoured that you would put my name forward, but that will be a conversation at the time. But certainly, you're right, it would be good for me to get out of your house, and as welcome as I have been made, I am eternally grateful. Someone else's house can never truly be called a home. I will
We'll
give
build a
it
new
some
home.
thought. I will give it some thought. So how long do you plan to stay? You here for the meeting on the morrow, or?
No, we're due back in Dragyun.
We just wanted to make sure the city was okay before going back. Hopefully, Azura had actually been brought back to us, because Jesus, that's just not going to be fun.
Well, one thing I can say with no doubt in my mind, word will be passed amongst my guardship that a certain particular group of bards will be welcomed, as everyone is within the city, but watched with hawk-like eyes for their every movement. There are always motive and reason, and despite what they did not being particularly favourable,
I think I can guess at their reason and their motives.
well, that being the case, no one was harmed, I know that much, so if they
They were paid to neutralize Arizona.
well, whatever they were there to do, everyone is alive and well, and that's the main thing. I'm going to bathe, so please do let me know if you'd want to go sooner or later. I can send you back whenever you're ready.
It'll be literally first light in the morning.
That'll be my preference.
There's a couple of things I'd like to do in the city whilst I'm here before I do go back, and having a good night's sleep in my own bed, just...
Okay. And Celadrizella stands and leaves. Steele stands up, brushes bits of ginger cake from her chin. That was very nice, thank you. She kind of just awkwardly readjusts herself and gives a friendly nod. I'm going for a walk. Which walks out the house.
Brother?
Jin?
There's one more thing I need to fill you in on. Regardless of how we feel about our father and what happened at the castle, I've identified who is responsible.
He slowly sits up and straightens his back.
Are you familiar? Well, I suppose you are familiar. There was a very long-lasting grudge between my father, your father, our tyrant, and the head of House Zarmanafax, Tuvian. He, many years ago, hired a organization known as the Free Sun to infiltrate Doria's Sai, and on the day that all free sons of Chosen would be back, family would be complete, they were to kill us all and raze the castle to the ground.
So he places his hands on the table while he's listening, and you see his fists clench a little.
I have, at the insistence and advice of Zephyra, talked to Octavian. If you think our father was cruel, calculating, this man is uncaring in his coldness and his views on the world. He doesn't care. It's the best thing I can describe it as. He doesn't care about
Mark.
anything or anyone except what he leaves behind for his daughters in the world. He was shocked to learn that Mother died, which leads me to suspect that the two of them had at least a cordial relationship. As much as I, at my purest instinct, want to draw my blade and wet the earth with his blood, I have restrained and agreed not to pursue any grudges that he and our father had.
I'd care to
I
feel
hope.
that's perhaps wise, brother.
Yes, it is wise. One, we are in no position to do anything against him. Two, it doesn't pay to continue whatever grudges our father created and nurtured. If we are to rebuild, we must do so on clean ground.
And you say that this Octavian cares not for the world.
He cares scarily little.
So what of this grudge?
He considers it paid. He didn't even care when I told him that target of his grudge is still alive and wandering the desert. He shrugged and said, "That's a long time ago. Do with that what you will. I have my doubts about his uncaringness." On
I
the
don't
other
think he.
hand- Yes, Scott.
I don't think he doesn't care. He does care.
Yeah.
With what's happened is in the past. He sees that as now the end. He does clearly care about Azura. We have seen this.
Yeah,
He
to an
has-
extent.
We don't know the man. We can't judge his whole personality on just a few
No.
things.
Except spending potentially in the thousands of gold, keeping a mercenary army paid and in place
Mm-hmm.
for nearly a decade, Scott.
But that was a grudge. he had with
I
your
know.
father, not you.
I'm
To
well
build-
aware, hence why I put it to bed as best as I could.
And to build that strong new foundation of Doriusai, you have to first stabilise the rocky grounds that you currently tread. And to stabilise them is to make peace.
Oh, there will
Which
not.
you
There
have.
will not be conflict, Scaff. All I'm saying is that if you're willing to go so far for so long and pay so much to make sure that it happens, his uncaring nature might be a facade. And we need to be ready for that.
That would make more sense to me as well. For someone to perhaps express a fervent lack of care for anything. Perhaps it's a blanket means of yet more subterfuge, or
I'm
He
unaware.
definitely
easier to deny than to answer.
he definitely cares about his people. I have seen him firsthand react to that. A
He
guard was
cares about his
killed.
own.
Yes, a guard was killed under his house. I thought he was going to bring the heavens down because you could see he cared. Caring about others is a different matter. But I don't think we should dwell on him caring about your family anymore. As far as what I witnessed, that is now put to bed.
It might be put to bed for now, Scaff. But like I said, it might be a facade. It's something not to put in a lot of effort into figuring out. But it's one of those things where it's best to be aware rather than ignore. That's the reason why I'm saying it right now.
Certainly
We'll keep a
keeping a
tentative eye.
Of course.
Mm.
Dragyun is going to be an interesting place the next couple of years anyway. A lot of things are changing.
That it is.
There's
You
the
say
northern
the new-
tribes.
The new guild master was Zephyra's sister. Is she?
Yes.
I suppose it was a fortuitous meeting upon your visiting. Has she been in place for some time, or
Today.
today? It was today she was announced as the guild master.
Today
Right.
she was selected, yes. Everything
So-
is moving very quickly, very, very haphazardly from the outside looking in, but there's a strategy, there's a pattern here. When you deal with Ulysses the Madcap, if you are to decide,
I've heard this name a
Take
few
up the
times
job.
now. Is that his actual name? That's
I believe so, as
Quite-
ridiculous as that sounds.
quite an unfortunate surname.
Don't
He does have a
piss
mad
him off.
cap on.
But yeah, do not piss him off.
Was he quick to temper?
There was, well,
Temper
in
might not
the-
be the right word.
in the meeting where the respective houses was putting their nominations forward for leader of the guild house in Dragyun, a particular person in the crowd, he was a little bit drunk. He started shouting, being a little bit of a nuisance. Ulysses, well, I believe it was, somebody said it was power, like it killed him with a word.
You
Yeah, he
see
killed him with a
Nat's
word.
eyes go wide and he looks. Well, that's ninth circle magic.
Yes. And he used it just to kill somebody. because they was a little bit rowdy in the crowd. Guards couldn't even attempt to take him down. He was just... So,
Well,
He was almost callous in his actions.
and this man is the new, you say, head of the guild?
That's what it seems like.
mm,
He had some other titles, some head of a council or something.
and
Right,
when Scath says he, like, you know, effectively power word kill, Scath will go like, and I said he owes us a goddamn favour. Jesus. I regret nothing.
a bold move, perhaps. Well, I appreciate the update on who it is I'm perhaps to deal with. If this kind of pauses and shakes his head. Guild Master. I certainly didn't foresee that in my future, but if that is the path I am to pursue, then, well, it would suit my purpose better than baking, I would feel.
It is a good cake, brother.
It really is.
Forgive
But
my
I don't
lack
see you
of
running a
humbleness,
bakery.
But, yeah, of course. It's
I mean,
hard
if he
to.
does, we know somebody who owns a very good bakery down in Southgard.
Should take an internship with Borland.
One
Yeah,
thing
we-
I am good at is following instructions in text. It's usually a little more complicated and, well, beat 3 eggs is usually combining 3 arcane sigils, but anyway. Please, I will be here if you need further conversation, but I've got a lot to think about now. So
I understand, brother.
about your business in the city, and well, perhaps I shall bake you some parting treats before you head back to Dragyun.
Oh.
I would enjoy that.
And when we get the big guy back, I know he would enjoy some sweet treats as well.
Wonderful.
If there are any left, Scath.
I mean, we can save at least one for Zephyra and Azura. At least one.
Zephyra for sure. I don't know what time the big guy comes back, but if it is
Well-
into the near afternoon, then I cannot be standing accused of the fact of having an extra cookie along the way.
Remember, a lifetime on the lips. No, a second on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. Remember that.
I won't.
Too many cookies.
Brother,
Knack
it's been good
smiles
seeing
and
you.
Stands up, puts a hand on Jin's shoulder. Who would know where the fates would guide us next?
To a bar with a little umbrella in a glass.
Beach with palm trees and shish kebabs. Aye.
Perhaps.
I hope so, brother. I hope.
Man,
Speaking of news, he kind of hesitates as he walks away. Crosses his hands behind his back and then raises it up to scratch his loosely trimmed beard. You wouldn't happen to have received any other news, brother? News from the east, perhaps?
There's no word from Eagle Cliff.
Kind of hangs his head and shakes it. Oh,
I am hopeful that they got him to someone who would have maybe owed him enough grudges, or maybe some other form of payment that he might be brought back. But there is, with every day passing, less of a chance. If this journey is to continue the way it is, there's a high chance that the fates allow it, I might even see Eagle Cliff. No inquire. And hopefully before then, if he's alive, he'll have found a way out of whatever debt he has to pay off. He'll find his way back to us. If he's still him at that point.
Nat just kind of nods, rests his hand on the doorframe. Nods again, then walks away.
Speaking of potential relatives and the like, Scaff, something's been bothering me a little.
Go on.
Something doesn't add up about the expeditions that are being made northward. Your parents are up there. Remember those mercenary guys that tried to steal my sword?
Yes.
They went up there. Money was good, they said. But it doesn't add up.
Does anything add up nowadays, Jin? Really?
No.
I've just stopped. I'd like 2 + 2 = 4 now. It's just 2 + 2 is equal fucking a million at this point. Jesus. Sorry, not Jesus. Avia, you know.
Yeah.
I just.
We're going to be here for a few hours. It might be worth finding out who hired the mercenaries to go up north.
I don't think we've got enough time for that to actually get enough questions. As much as I would love to be able to go up into the mountains myself, going north, to try and see where parents are, because, I mean, how long has it been since we was in Lochtorpion now? 2 weeks?
Almost, yeah.
Sarah's Ella mentioned, you know, they've been gone for an extended period of time, which isn't like them.
Aren't you worried?
Of course, but if I think of anything but what we are currently doing, that little moment of hesitation can mean literally life and death. As cruel and as harsh as it sounds, I can't be thinking of multiple things at once because it's just not good for you. You got to think of what's in front of you. There's many times when I thought I'll just slip away and just go into the mountains myself to try and search, but what good would that do to myself? What would that good do to you lot? If we ever get a chance, I would love to go and look, but we've just got too much in front of us.
Yeah. Part of it seems connected and other parts just seem...
My friend, we are pawns on the grandest stage.
Maybe.
Somebody's the chess master somewhere, and we are just the pawns in their game.
Maybe. Well, anything you want to do in the city?
There's a few
or
things.
Good to just sit down.
There's a few things I would like to do. Shouldn't take too long, but whilst I'm in the city, I always like to go and visit the grave. Go see the clerics, the cathedral, get a good meal whilst we're here, and then just, if we can find any information out about the bards, the travelling group, anything whilst we're here, fair enough. But
Well, if you don't mind, Scaff, you can, if you want to go back here for when you go out and get some food, because I'll join you for that. I'll just be kicking up my feet here for just a couple hours.
get some rest. Think of, well, I know you'll be thinking of Zephyra, which, to be fair, I wonder how she is doing with her sister, to be fair.
We're catching up. Haven't seen each other in years.
Transition.
And unlike me and my brother, they don't seem to have a highly formal relationship. Anyway, and I'll pull out my pipe for the first time in months. I'll grab a chair, go to the back door, put it out in the backyard, light my pipe, put my feet up, and maybe fall asleep while having a smoke. Little umbrellas, tiny glasses.
One day.
One day.
Amidst the darkness surrounding Azura, time is but a concept at this point, and it's only through the muscle memory of your eyelids that you're still just about able to tell whether your eyes are open or closed. The queasiness has subsided, so you maybe feel like you're not suspended upside down, but again, it's even hard to tell. The silence is yet to be broken as you sit for hours. Waiting, thinking. Only the occasional skitter in the distance reminds you that you aren't alone. Yet it brings no comfort.
Almost as though if I've been... I don't know if I've fallen asleep at some point, or because I cannot reference time, I'll just be there, probably groggy now, just... and any notice of the skittering would... at least I know that there is still something there. Are you still with me? Or am I drifting off now? Maybe I am destined to remain here. But I won't give up trying. Are you still there?
Yes.
Have you thought more about what I said?
We have. the skittering comes from your side to the other side, or is it below and above? It's hard to tell.
Just give it a little.
Your offer is, of course, tempting. But how many souls would replace one body? And how would you get those souls here? You are our prisoner. Anyone can promise anything in the face of the impossible.
Back before I was brought here, me and my friends were in possession of items that contained those souls. If someone was to be wearing them, connected, and then was sent to you, could those souls be dragged with them?
You wait for a minute or two. Again, back in the silence with no response. You begin to wonder how long it'll be again before you get a reply.
As the silence is on, I'll just hang my head and think that I've been left again.
But how would they get here?
The power that was used to bring me here, could it be bestowed on someone to be cast and used to send another here?
You hear the skittering again, and it seems distant. And it rapidly approaches from your right-hand side, and your whole body shakes as it feels as if the skittering travels through one ear and out of the other. What kind of prison would it be if we were to relinquish our gifts unto others?
It would be a prison that could send someone out to claim others in its place. Maybe not just one. You say you want bodies. Could it be that if you do not want the souls, if you granted me that ability, maybe I could send you bodies in my place, but not just one, multiple.
You hear a quiet whisper from behind. And then again you're left in silence. Minutes pass. Again no response. And you're left waiting in the darkness once more. Zephyra,
Yes.
after wandering around, showing your sister the important parts of the city that she is now to call home, I believe you were headed towards the guardhouse.
We were.
Your sister stays close as you make your way, and as you approach, you pass the service camps. You pass the arena, which is now a lot quieter than it was. Still some people that seem to have stayed nearby, engaging in conversation, perhaps with those that they might not have seen very often. But people have returned to their day-to-day business. You continue past the arena, westward, where you can see more progression on the framework in the corner of the city. And whilst there are less guards posted than this morning, certainly not a blockade, but there's still some guards lingering nearby, as expected, if not to keep a loose eye on the carts full of your kin. You can see at distance as you approach, a number of them appear to be leaning on each other, probably gaining some rest, be it relaxed or actual sleep. It's hard to tell. But you and your sister make your way over.
Me? What do you think we should do with them? The 12 back there.
I hate to see them that way.
Too. But if I do get them out, they'll have to leave the city and they won't be allowed back. Do you think if they return home, they're going to meet a fate worse than this?
I've been thinking, and I'm not sure whether to give my thoughts some merit or give Mother the benefit of the doubt.
What are you thinking?
I'm not sure if there was a reason why such a large party containing most of the younglings was sent.
Well, can only assume she wanted to make sure I'd come back with them.
But why the young ones all in one group?
I don't know. 4 of them are already dead. More of them to follow. She looks at the gallows.
She nods her head slowly.
She would know that they have less restraint. Inexperienced.
I think that's where my concern comes from.
Do you think that she did this on purpose?
If she knew I was to follow, could they not have all been part of my entourage? Why send a group to find you the day before I am to arrive anyway? And that group being those with less restraint.
Do you know she found out that I was here?
She didn't really answer my questions. She seemed hidden, and you know what it's like to try to push Mother for answers.
Yes.
She said she had
Did
been
you?
informed. She told me that much.
Informed.
I believe it
She
was...
didn't say by who?
No, she wouldn't tell me. It was less of a weekly patrol that has normally been sent seeking answers, almost on the expectation that they are not to return with you. They were always sent to and from, but I feel like sending a larger party with intent. It doesn't really add up to me that on the eve of me being sent with to do something important, why send them as well?
She didn't want us to meet, but we would have met on the way up if I'd come with them.
That's why
The
it's
same road.
That's why it doesn't really make sense.
No, it doesn't.
If she'd sent them knowing perhaps that there might be trouble, but why would she do that?
No, I mean, has anyone standing out to you been up in the mountains recently?
What
Anyone
do
who
you
got
mean?
away? Travelers? Anyone? Someone you might have,
She kind of
or we might have maybe ambushed and they got away?
she smirks a slightly devilish smirk.
Uh-oh.
You know no one gets away, sister.
Still, anyone of interest? Anyone stood out to you?
She thinks. Anyone that has ventured up has been brought back to the village. There's not been any reports of anyone being seen. For if there had been, they would have been taken also.
I ask what kind of people there have been recently. Because it must be very far and few in between by now.
She kind of pauses again, and that kind of devilish look, insinuating that they're good at what they do, even if it is a bit
Yeah.
oof,
Iffy.
iffy. I believe the last small contingent contained a bugbear and a number of hobgoblins. But other than that, I'm not sure.
When's the last time you had a successful hunt? Like, when was that?
I must be honest, personally, I've been avoiding it.
Oh. Well.
Trying to train the younger ones to allow them more experience. I focused more on father and him no longer going out hunting.
Yeah, probably not a bad decision. Why did she send someone else? She could have just sent you. Probably could have talked me back.
I don't think either of us would have wanted that.
No, but she probably knew that as well, that you wouldn't force me.
She nods.
I feel like now our hands are really tied here. What are we gonna do? I think before we send them home, or if we have to send them home, we should contact her somehow.
I feel
Because
given...
I don't want to doom them, but I also don't want them to just sit here and.
I think I'd like to give them the choice. And she turns to Viraj. If times are going to change, they need to change with our kin at the forefront. I'm sure the city will continue in its ways, whether I'm making decisions for the guilds or not. But I'd like to ensure the safety of our lot first. And I think
Definitely.
offering some the choice to leave, again she looks at Viresh, some the chance to stay, and those that want to return, I won't hold them back. It must be their own choice, though.
Right, let's talk to the captain and let's see if we can get these guys out of here. And we'll have a chat. And we'll see what they want to do.
You continue to make your way closer to the guardhouse where the two crates are. You can see again as you look across them all, there's one female face that kind of sitting at the back of the cart. She kind of looks over. And then you see her eyes kind of linger, seeing you both together. And she just kind of sits quietly. Give me an insight check.
15.
15. You can tell that there's just uncertainty on her face. She doesn't know whether she should be respectful, frustrated, should she call out, should she ask for help, should she just wait. You can tell there's like mixed, but there's certainly a look of uncertainty.
Do you, as the new guild leader of the city, do you want to come talk to the captain as well, or should I go?
I will come with you, of course. I feel I'm going to have to meet them, and no doubt we'll
Probably
be...
good to know the captain of the guard.
Of course, we'll be working together, I'm sure. Lead on, I suppose.
I will do. And I'll head into the guardhouse. If no one stops me.
Yeah, apart from the guards, they kind of see you too. They recognise you as having been here, and the two Lady Blue Dragonborn approaching the guardhouse with two carts full of Blue Dragonborn. It's
Ah, yes. Them.
you can tell that they're watching so that you don't like approach the carts or do anything with the carts. But when they see you heading just to the guild house, they're free to wander in.
I'll have a look inside if I can spot the captain that I talked to earlier that day.
Yeah, you can see that. Well, give me a perception check.
Well, that's actually 18.
18. You look down it's almost kind of split into two. You can see that there's a section to the left that you've never been to. When you came in, you go down to the right, and that's where the front kind of desk area was. As you kind of make your way to the right instinctually at the civilian section, you kind of look over at some small openings or windows, and you can see that the captain is in that separate section. You can see there's one guard sat at the front desk.
Is there like a door separating that section, or is...
There is a door there, yeah, but it's shut.
Okay, I'll go to the reception desk. I'll do this properly.
Good afternoon.
I think. Afternoon. Hello. Would it be possible to speak to the captain, please?
Who might be asking?
Oh, Zephyra and my sister, Vitani. We're here for the, Dragonborn that, have been causing some ruckus.
Right, forgive me. Vitani, the new Guild Mistress Delegate. Vitani kind of does the...
Zephyra just nods at her. Hmm?
Yes, that would be me, guardsman. Please, if we could speak to the captain, I fear an element of urgency might be a... Yes, forgive me, I'm not quite sure on the new formalities of things, but, of course, gestures over to a bench at one side, nods and stands up and kind of disappears round a small corner. You remember where previously the female guard had gone to rifle through some papers and stuff.
Yeah.
So you've got a moment alone in the guardhouse for a minute or two.
I'll just stay on my feet and sort of have a look around.
It's quiet. Simple decor. Not really much to look at. There's a couple of kind of drawings. You notice one of them is of the captain. Just kind of hung on the wall.
This is like an employee of the month wall. Guard of the month.
The captain.
Nice. The captain. And it's guard of
I'm
the
in
month
charge
every month.
here.
I nominate myself.
Myself, yeah. No one did a good enough job, so it's me.
Nope. It's me.
You hear 2 sets of footsteps returning, so you realise that there must be another doorway hidden round the corner somewhere. And the guard returns with the captain. And you see... The first thing you see, passive insight, the first thing you see is the captain almost rolls her eyes, but obviously tries to stifle it, and then approaches the desk. Ladies,
Hello.
how can I help?
Well, we're here to get out our kin. Those that we can get.
Right. Oh, right, okay. So, I have a list of names.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping to go through them in case that, first of all, some of them are perhaps not your kin. Would you recognise a list of names? Vitani kind of stands up. Perhaps I would more than my sister, Captain. Ah, Guild Master. It's nice to see you. You see there's like a slight awkward tension. You see as the captain locks your sister up and down. And then you notice a small smile. Right, let me get to this list. You see she goes back round the corner. Hear a couple of papers rustle and she comes back round. So, I've not had time to put them alphabetical. It was just the order that they came out. Please let me know if any of them don't sound right. Vitani kind of locks in and listens.
Zephyra's also gonna have a listen to see if she recognizes anyone. Or if the whole roster has changed.
Lelkarsh. And like she kind of pauses briefly and like looks up at Vitani, who's just listening. Balvroth. Nenquath. Taslasar. Orla. And Orla's one that you'd recognise as that female that you've seen. Kalkamar.
Recognition just...
Farax. Shelthoth. Tolda. Danson. Drekinduk. And Sultol. And Vitani kind of stops and thinks and nods. Yes, they're all ours. So, Captain, what can we do about them? I don't think it's probably an opportune moment to regale you with their past or their future. But if it would be allowed, I'd like to offer them the opportunity of choice. I feel a change of life could be beneficial to them, and having some work with me in the guild would probably be opportune. And perhaps offering some the choice to live out their life as they wish. The captain kind of rolls their eyes. Well, forgive me for being plain, Guildmaster, but these aren't refugees seeking work. They are... well, I will allow perhaps criminals is a harsh word reserved for those with more serious misdemeanours, but they are troublemakers at least. But given that the city is to come to a change and the guild house is to open, I feel you are perhaps the best to make this decision. One thing I will say is that they are all going to have to pay fines. And if the fines cannot be paid by themselves, she kind of gestures, a next of kin could pay for them.
Mm-hmm.
But forgive me again for being plain. The city wouldn't be paying for them, Guildmaster. And she nods, kind of looks a little confused. I didn't even realise I had access to city funds, and she kind of just holds her hand up, like befuddled at the concept of...
of money?
Yeah, like...
What can I do with money?
That's not where I was going with this. I'm not offering to pay with city funds, but yeah, fair play. You do you. Go, Captain. You know, it's like... yeah, logical, I suppose.
Let me just ask Mr. Tolderin.
Yeah. But beyond that, they would be under your watch, and, of course, you would be held responsible for them.
Mm. How high are the fines, Captain?
Well, I suppose, kind of looks at you and your bright and shiny armour. Perhaps fortunate for whomever is to foot the bill. It was only disturbance of the peace, and not violent crimes, which would levy a more severe punishment and probably not be up for discussion. I fear drunken nights in the north of the city, she kind of smirks, probably cause more disturbance than what these did, but considering that they are all of one group and on the eve of unfortunate, more severe crimes. Currently, they are to pay a 2 gold fee each, which covers disturbance and discover, and will also in some percentage go to cover recompense for those that they caused issues for.
So that would be, correct me if I'm wrong, 24 for the 12 in the back.
Yes. There will also be
And then you said yesterday when I was here there was some injured in here.
yes.
Are they all due for... And she looks towards the door. That terrible thing you're building outside.
It is only the 4 that were unfortunately, again, forgive my plainness, the most extreme punishments are reserved just for the 4 that committed the murders. Those injured are also in the disturbance of the peace lot.
Alright. How many of those? How many more?
There are 4 of those.
4. So 32 gold total then.
So that those are the fines. There is also a 1 silver fee per night that they are held. So thus far it will be 1 night. And if you are to pay now, I won't add any more fee on top.
Zephyra starts reaching into her cuirass for the pouch of platinum pieces.
A Wookie walks past.
Anyway, goes around in it. 1,
I
2,
Wookiee responds.
3. Put it back. Get the other pouch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should cover everything.
She kind
Hands
of
over 3 platinum pieces.
expecting
and 5
like
gold
a more
pieces.
substantial chink 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 when collecting fines. It's just a small handful of coins, not anticipating the platinum from the cuirass. And she kind of just looks at it and
The boob money.
tit gold.
Tit gold.
She kind of puts it into a pouch.
Oh, wait, what?
Well, she takes a quill, starts adding a bunch of ticks as she goes down the line, and then adds a signature at the bottom.
Right. Do you have a list of names of those 4?
Unfortunately, I've not had the time yet to seek the pleasantries. They were a little less cooperative in wanting to give out their names.
They're the young ones, aren't they? Comparatively.
It could be said, yes, that they are comparatively younger than most.
Right.
If I can make efforts to seek their names for you. I can have it delivered to the guild house, or
Is there really nothing to be done?
unfortunately
About
not. We take murder very seriously in Dragyun, and
I know, I understand. It's just knowing the background, it just makes it so much harder.
it would never be easy.
No,
And
but
I wouldn't expect you to accept such a harsh punishment for your own kin, but I can
I
promise
was a,
you it will
I
be
was a
quick if
guard
nothing
myself
else.
for years, so I get it. I just can't believe it's the first time leaving the tribe and then this.
You see, she remains stoic, but, it's never easy delivering the bad news.
No.
I would perhaps recommend that you are not in this area of the city come the morning. I can promise that it will not be made a public display.
Then why did you build it outside?
She kind of looks
Do you
around.
do you not have other means?
I'm not sure where else we could have built it at short notice.
Why did you? Why?
I didn't
It,
really feel it would have been appropriate to hang them from the rafters of the guardhouse.
no, but if you're going to have to execute them, why would you execute them like that? And why would you do it outside, where potentially anyone in the city could walk up and just look on? You're
As I
trying to
say,
tell me you're not trying to make it a spectacle, and yet there's gallows outside. Do you understand?
I do.
Over to Vitani. I'm right. Those four, if we could at least get their names, that would be good. The other four that you have in here that are injured, I'd like to pick them up myself,
Yes,
if that's possible.
the fines have been paid, so if you are ready to sign them over to your care now, I will alert the guardship that they are to be in your care. But I'm sure you're more than capable of keeping them under control. I would hate to have to arrest them again. I fear
course.
further issues may have to lead to banishment.
Of course.
In good faith, I'd like to give this opportunity to work with you, of course, especially with them being your kin.
Go over to my sister. Do you want to get the 12 out back, and I'll see to those four that were injured?
She nods. You can tell she's kind of a little bit wound up. She nods. Thank you, Captain. Turns and leaves. Takes a few steps back. Kind of takes the note off the captain, but with a little bit of a firmness. Just showing. Just a not a snap,
Mine.
but a
Mine.
give me
Thanks.
that fucking paper. And she looks at it and then looks up again. Captain. She walks out. The other four are in the medical wing at the moment. They're still injured.
They're still injured. Okay. Well, I'll see to them. Don't you worry.
Forgive me, ma'am. What do you mean?
Oh, I am a paladin, so I can mend their wounds.
Right. Understood. Okay, I will escort you there myself.
Thank you.
She kind of gestures towards the door partway down the corridor and
Yep, I'll follow.
disappears round the back again. You hear her footsteps as she goes from the guard point round and then opens that closed door.
Yep.
Please follow me. Shuts the door.
I will do.
Locks it behind. Leads you towards through the back of the guardhouse. You can see there's some cells, but you can't see into them. They're at the kind of back, cut off, separated by another cell door. Takes you into a separate section where there are a number of beds, 4 of which containing currently unconscious or sleeping, bandaged Dragonborn.
Mm-hmm. Just out of interest, Captain, what kind of injuries they...
We believe it's mostly rudimentary cuts, slashes, and piercing from
Right.
probably those defending themselves in the heat of... Well, you're aware of what happened.
I am. I'll walk to each one after the other, and I'll split up my remaining healing pool from lay on hands, and I'll give each of them 5 hit points of healing.
Okay. So you're spending 20.
20.
Okay. You see as the healing goes into them one by one, they all kind of take a deep breath, what's still lying quietly in their eyes open, and they look at you. And you see, they all 4 of them have a similar reaction. And you don't really recognise them because they are younger ones, but there's a strange recognition, they almost kind of recoil a little. They look, with your passive insight, they almost look slightly fearful before that fear kind of subsides. Give me an insight check.
Oh boy. That's a 17.
17. Give me a history check.
History. 15.
15. You imagine this is probably the kind of look that you'd expect them to give your mother. To kind of be woken up of a sudden and then have you standing over them. That kind of blast of fear was probably, oh fuck, why is she here? And then they kind of relax, realising that it's not your mother.
I'll speak to them in Draconic. I'll tell them it's all right. Can you stand?
They tentatively kind of shuffle to the end of the bed, probably having never experienced direct, certainly not divine healing in such a way. Unsure of whether they should still be injured, but then they kind of look at the bandages, and you see one of them kind of takes the bandage off and realises that the wounds have gone, and he's like, well, what the hell, boy? What the huh?
Huh?
Huh? But yeah, they all kind of slowly get up.
Anyone still hurting? Look around.
They look at you, and then they look at where they are, and none of them speak. They kind of shake their heads, and you can tell now they look sheepish as fuck.
Shit.
Where
am I?
Yeah, a mix of there was a kick-off last night, and we've just woken up in an unfamiliar space with who we thought was mother looking over, and it's not.
It's not.
And she's wearing really fucking shiny clean
Shiny
armor,
armor.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. We'll explain. For now, let's get you out of here. But I need you all to stay calm and stay close. No more causing trouble.
And
Understood?
you can see that the one at the back, like the three at the front are kind of like stood normal-ish. The one at the back is he's already kind of slouched a little bit,
Ah,
and it's like, yeah, is it
stand up.
go time?
No.
You just tell he's ready to just bong into all four running. He kind of
I'll just give him a bit of a quick glare,
Bob.
mm.
Bob better know. You see
The
he's kind
mom
of
stare,
his
mm.
scales kind of blush just ever so slightly, and he stands up tall again. And
Smile and shake my head a little bit. All right, let's go.
these little motherfuckers.
Fuck it out.
Give me a perception check.
You little troublemakers, you. 14.
14, you notice that written in Draconic, just at the ends of their beds, was a quick dashed piece of parchment. And at the end of each bed, you can see what you can assume would be names. And there's Garjok, Lumivar, Damthik, and Otihan.
Okay. Any of them recognizable?
No.
Or there's a young aim.
These are more youngish ones.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'll look at the captain. I think we're ready to go.
Yep, she escorts you out. Forgive me, just kind of thinks for a sec, Zephyra. I'm putting my faith and that of the city in you and your sister. Hopefully this can build the foundation of a strong relationship within the city. I'm sure that there won't be any more trouble, will there? She kind of looks over your shoulder at the boys that are kind of
No.
like they've been told off at school, like.
No, I just I am hopeful the connection maybe between the northern peaks and the land below will only strengthen in the future, and that maybe we can finally come together instead of living in fear of one another.
That would be a blessing.
It would be.
As you start making your way out, you see a guard approaches the captain with a sheet of paper. She kind of looks at it as she's escorting you out and then kind of stops you before you leave. We've been given 4 names. Whether they are truthful or not, we're not sure how cooperative the other 4 are. And she passes you the note. You can see that there's 4 names. There's Earthas, Navul, Yud, and Prizir. You do recognise Navul and Prizir. And they are, whilst this has been going on, you've kind of been on the assumption that it was the young ones that were the murderers. But Navul and Prizir aren't young ones.
Oh.
Give me a
Would I know how
history
old
check.
they are? Yeah, I was gonna say. 15 again.
15. Navul and Brazier are in your sister's generation.
Oh.
So definitely not young ones. Which makes you think. Because you were told that it was young ones that were arrested for murder.
Just have like a confused look on her face reading those names. Two of these I recognize, but they wouldn't be young ones. Certainly not as young as these four behind me. You said it was only young ones, Captain.
It's the report I received from the arrest, but it was late at night. Perhaps I can only go off what I've been told in the instance. I've not had.
It's. I mean, it could be the case that you were given false names, but this is odd to me. I know there's no chance of you relinquishing them, but is there maybe a way I could at least see them?
You see the captain furrows a brow at that request.
It's these two, and I'll point out the names. They're not young ones. I know them. They grew up with my sister.
I'm not sure how appropriate it would be to let you see them, nor I'm not sure what good it would do.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's true or if your guard was maybe mistaken about the young ones being the ones that are going off. And I'll look over my shoulder at the other four, and I'll ask them, were these two with you?
None of them are looking at you. One by one, they kind of look up, but they've still got that sheepish awkwardness.
You can speak. I just want to know.
You see one of them nods.
So these are not false names given. They were with you on this.
He nods again.
Right. Okay. Well, that just sparks more questions, but I'll have a talk to my sister about it, I suppose.
Hopefully you can appreciate, Zephyra, that I wouldn't want, conflicting. It's difficult, because I fear that even if you did go to speak to them, that it wouldn't change the outcome of what is to.
I know. I'm just. It's more that well, I haven't really accepted their fate. I don't think I will. I just can acknowledge that it has to be done from the guard standpoint, but it's more that I'm curious, and I'm sure my sister will be curious too as to why they were sent. But that is something that we need to find out. I don't think that is something you should or need to worry about, Captain.
Well, hopefully you can have a discussion with your sister.
Yes. All right, boys, come on. I'll head towards the door.
You see, they all start following you out awkwardly, and you can even
my little ducklings.
Yeah,
My little duckling
You see
side
the one at the back he's finding it hard not to.
It's like,
Well, they follow you out, and the captain locks the door behind you as you venture your way back through.
I'll look for my sister outside, but hopefully the others.
Yeah, you see that she has, with the help of a couple of guards, she has begun to open the carts, let them all out. There's a couple of them that are like dawdling to get out, so they were probably asleep. And give me a perception check.
Oh, not 20 for 21.
Nice. You look over towards your sister and you can see that with minimal effort that they're all just stood, like, whilst you know your sister's, well, from what you know of her, the kinder one, the one that convinced you to leave. But you can tell that in her presence, none of them dare move. And it kind of inspires maybe a little pride, but also maybe a little flashback. Yeah.
I'll join her, the 4 in tow.
You see, as you approach, almost instinctively, Vitani kind of just points at them, points at the group, and they kind of just shuffle and join the group. And you can tell she's got a stern face on. She's not belaying that kindness just yet for these little troublemakers.
Troublemakers.
She's kind of stood there stern and then looks to you. So these were... Which ones?
The injured ones.
And are they still injured?
No. I mended their wounds.
She kind of cocks her head a little bit and then nods. And the others?
I have a list. I don't think you're going to like it. But perhaps it's not something to discuss here. Before we discuss it, we should probably...
You see she starts to take a breath and then stops and then looks at you again.
see what we do with these.
A conversation is to be had with you all. Are you listening? She kind of... They all... Just... You can tell they're all like... Lock in! Lock in! Fucking lock in!
Zephyra does look at Vitani with a bit of pride in her eyes.
Yeah.
Like, heck yeah, this is my sister right now.
You are all very lucky that banishment and a return home... And she kind of pauses on that to look at all the reactions. You can tell they've all shit themselves. That's fucking right, you little shits.
Uh-oh.
That is not going to be the first case. You all have a certain someone. She kind of turns to you. To be thankful to. But plans have changed. And despite my mother's wishes to see my sister, Zephyra, and she turns and smiles again, returned and taken against her will, that is not going to be happening anymore. If Mother wants her, she will come from the mountain herself and take her. Am I to be understood? And they all kind of nod. You will all be given a choice. You will stay with me in the city and work for me and with me in the guild. You will return home, but of your own choice, back to Kerecek's Teeth. And you see, like almost all of them are like, nah, fuck
Nah,
that.
nah, thanks.
Nah.
I don't think I will.
I'm good, me, mate. I am, nah. Or you will all be supplied with a simple amount of coin and supplies necessary to venture to Lochtorpion, where I will make arrangements to see your safe passage to wherever it is you should wish to go. Those are your choices. Beyond that, I expect to see a change in you all. For now we do things differently. She kind of looks down and places her hand on her stomach. You may already be aware, as I am, that we no longer feel the clutches of hunger. Zephyra, give me an insight check into yourself.
14.
14. You feel a bit peckish. If our gift is to be well received, then our ways, she kind of looks at them all again knowingly, are to change. For we no longer need to fear the hunger anymore. Our change in situation has been brought around by decisions made by others, but our future will be decided by ourselves. Now behave, or I will have your tails. And they all kind of smirk. Sister, do you have anything to say?
Well, most of you don't know me. Not really, anyway.
You see Orla at the back just pops her head up and just kind of has a little smile on her face.
I will be honest, I remember one of you. Most of you are unknown to me, but that doesn't change that we are kin. Seize this opportunity for change. Listen to my sister. I did. Years ago. And here I am.
Give me a perception check.
10.
You hear a couple of the back discussing. You can't really make it out. It's quiet, but you hear the word traitor thrown out there quietly. Not necessarily maliciously, just maybe they've said, is this the traitor? You know, you don't know what, but you hear the word traitor briefly.
Smirk at that a little bit. If the situation was the same as it was 5 years ago, then yes, I would be a traitor. I'll just look back at
those two are like,
fuck,
and they disappear behind the group.
Don't worry. But seize this opportunity. Make something of yourselves. Travel. Explore this great continent. Explore what's beyond. It's all up to you. If you're going to stay, I'm sure you'll enjoy the warmth. There may be a lack of rain.
And again, for clarity, it's still raining and everyone's getting pissed
That's
wet.
fine. There may be a lack of rain because this is not how it's usually down here. But if you go to Lochtorpion and then venture beyond, make something of yourselves. Explore what makes you happy. Meet new people. Don't eat them.
See, they all kind of smirk at each other. Vitani's like,
Don't
looks at
eat
them
them.
firmly, like, no, that's not funny. That's not how we do things now.
And don't fear whatever wrath you may assume would come down from the mountain. I doubt she will, and if she does...
Well,
She'll
she'll
have to
have me and
acknowledge
my
that
guild
things-
to answer to first, won't
Well,
she?
yes.
Boys and girls.
But she have to acknowledge that the world has changed. And maybe, who knows, she can change as well. If we all can, why wouldn't she be able to? Now, I know you probably don't feel hungry. I myself could probably go for a snack. But just because you don't feel hungry doesn't mean you shouldn't eat. New things to explore, new things to taste. I certainly know that she looks at Viresh. Viresh didn't enjoy the rations at first.
See, he like politely that awkward.
But there are better things to eat than rations.
The fruit was nice.
Now, shall we head to the guild house and see what comes then?
Yes. Let us go. I'll stay together. Don't stare at anybody. We don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable. And she looks at you again and nods and smiles.
I'll just sort of lean in a bit. It's not really a whisper, it's just quietly, so I'm not trying to hide it or anything. Just, you're really good at speeches when you put your mind to it.
Well, it's easier to talk to those who I know should listen.
The mountain folk, you mean?
She nods. Right, let's
I'll
go.
have someone to catch up to, and I'll just look back at Orlaha, was her name?
Orla.
Was it? Orla? And I'll just sort of fall back to walk with Orla.
Yeah.
Muted dwarf.
And that's where we will take a break.
Breaky.
Breaky. I apologise. I know there's large segments of sitting. I shall edit that briefly. There was an A on the end. There wasn't meant to be. Large segments of sitting quietly, but that's what happens when the party splits. But yes, we'll have a 15-minute. Come back at quarter to 10-minute, 15-minute. What do we prefer?
10 is fine for me.
10, Berg, 10, 15, 10. Right, okay.
Fine.
29, we'll come back at 40. An 11-minute, have some of that. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for the resub, Vol. Heavy. See you all soon. Hi everybody, it's us. We're back.
All right, back.
Hi, back. I'm front.
Brilliant.
Anyway. No, not again.
So, apart from Azura, who's got basically fuck all to do, what are the rest of people's plans for the rest of today? I know Scath said he wanted to do some stuff.
I just want to join him for dinner, and that's really about it.
Yeah, I want something to eat.
Okay,
Jin and Scath going on a dinner date.
let's play it all out.
Jin
then.
and Scath going on a bromance dinner date.
That's it. Fuck Zephyra, give me that ring back.
Give that ring to me.
So, Scath goes about his business, ventures to the grave to pay his respects. You head to the cathedral, where you do meet up with Gwyn, the half-orc cleric, Jeremiah, who recognised you, Sithin, the half Yuan-Ti, or the Yuan-Ti with legs. Do you want to play anything out there? Or, I mean, they greet you, welcome you into the fold.
Not really. I mean, more like, I'd ask if Darmanis is round.
Darmanis is not.
I'd probably show them, like, the symbol of Avia on the wrist.
They all express, like, even passive insight, you can see they're all jealous as fuck. But also a little bit, like, what the fuck's all that about? Why was this guy blessed with an arm symbol, Avia?
Because I'm better than you and you know it.
Some of us are just better.
But no, just, it'll be more like, go in, pay my respects, have a quiet prayer to Avia, try and catch up, like, get any information, anything happened in this city, like, have they seen described, like, the wandering band, like, see if they've seen these. If they have, be careful, X, Y, Z. But nothing really too, like, crazy. It's just more like, go to the grave, pay my respects, and then just try and catch up whilst I'm in the city. So that's not too much.
Okay. Jin enjoys his pipe and
And a nap,
meditative
probably.
nap. And Scath, you head back to the house. Whether
Yeah,
Jin's
probably-
still having a nap or not.
Yeah,
I'm in a chair in the backyard. Wife's probably like just sort of on his
Hanging
chest
down.
out now. Just like,
A little bit of ashes fell out onto his robe.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably pass the guardhouse as well, just to show my face as well. Like, take a bit of a detour, but... And then just, yeah, head back to the house, because Jin did say that he wanted to go for food as well.
Yep, easy enough. You don't see Steele in and around the house. She's still out or whatever. Cerazella. Okay, do you say you detoured to the guardhouse?
Mm.
Yeah, you see that Cerazella has gone to the guardhouse to... You can tell she's busy paperworking, starting to make preparations that she's not had fucking enough time for. But other than that, the city seems to be cracking on. There's no issues. No one's, like, rushing in groups of ruffians.
I'm just... When she's filling the paperwork out, I'm not going to disturb her. What I am just going to do, I'm just going to throw a ration bar at her. Like, eat.
Like,
I'm not going to say nothing. I'm just going to throw it at her and walk off.
just kind of a couple of the guards, like, look, like, who's fucking throwing stuff at the captain? Like angry SpongeBob.
Squad leader, back off.
You can tell that that one hand, she's continuing to write her notes. And then you see the bar floats near her mouth, and she takes a bite, using that familiar off-mage hand that's actually a right hand on the left. Weird.
Yeah. I'll go back to house. Seeing Jin is comfortably asleep, I'll leave him, and then Scath will go and get a actual bath and relax for a little bit.
Easy enough. You have a bath in your gaff. Pass a bit of time. Have a bath in Scaff's gaff.
Does Scaff have a bath?
Yeah, it does now. Why
I
not?
still really like that moment. He was like, "It's my gaff."
Ah,
Oh.
Lochtorpion, northern terms.
We only do the north up here, lads.
Yeah, easy enough. You freshen yourself up, you get changed. Maybe even put on a different set of undergarments. Not that Scath wears a huge amount, but after travelling for the time being, you freshen yourself up, prepare for maybe nipping out for an evening bite with a friend. Something that, despite the cares of the world at the minute, still afford yourself the time just tonight before you're due back. Everything will be alright for one night, surely.
What could possibly go wrong? Also, sorry.
Famous last fucking word.
Sorry, I did forget as well. So it's like, when we was in Doriuside before we teleported, I give Jin my sending stone and the other half to give to one of his guards at Doriuside. When I'm in Lochtorpion, when I'm at the guardhouse, sorry, bit of backtracking.
That's alright.
If I can get another pair of sending stones, so one for me, and then one, obviously, with Sarazella.
Yeah, easily done. She reminds you, of course, that whilst there probably are some sending stones out there that possess the magic to send, to just allow you to send messages, these ones are less magic intensive because they are particularly attuned to just one other sending stone. So they are one way. Jin's got his one with his guard at Doriusai. Can send one message a day, and you've now acquired a new pair that you can communicate with your sister.
Yeah, and then fast forward.
Yeah. You have your bath, you get ready. Jin awakens from his nap-et. The sun is on its way
Such a
down.
nice dream.
A few hours hath passed, getting stuff done and napping the afternoon away. With the light leaving another day behind. Over to you two.
How was the nap, Jin?
Restful but lonely. I kind of also feel that. Never mind. I needed a nap.
I don't think
Yes.
you need much, but for clarity, Scath, your simple bit, you've not really done anything strenuous, you've just walked about and had a couple of easy conversations. If you want to have taken an actual short rest, because I'm conscious that you weren't at full HP, were you? If you wanted to spend a couple of your hit dice, Jane, I don't think you'd expend in anything, but knock off a short rest should you need it. Azura, you can knock off a short rest because you've got fuck all else you can do. Zephyra,
It's just hanging there.
because you've just been walking and talking, if you want to have had a short rest if you need to as well.
I almost feel guilty from napping, Scaff. Is that weird?
With everything we've been through? Nah.
I should have been productive or asked questions or...
Don't worry, I've already asked around. Not about the mercenaries, but just more about the more imminent danger of, like, the goddamn bards. Fucking hate bards.
Nothing wrong with bards, Scaff.
Oh,
You
no, I
just
fucking
put
hate
them
them.
on a fairground where they entertain the people, and then you have them leave after about a week. Otherwise, they get too accustomed to the place, and they start. You need to
Nah,
get
mate.
rid of them after a couple of days.
Nope, don't like bards.
Yeah.
Especially clowns. Ugh.
Agree with you now.
Kill them all.
Nah, it seems like
But I managed to get everything I did. Went to the grave, cathedral, passed by guardhouse, and funny enough, I managed to even get and take a bath myself and relax for 20 minutes.
actual water.
Actual water. Not a sand bath.
Wow, you are gaining the wisdom of the world.
Lizards don't sweat, remember?
Dirt still accumulates under scales.
Thus, the actual bath.
And
Because it's in my
thus
own.
my reward of me complimenting you, saying it, you're actually gaining some wisdom.
And I thought, why not? I'm at my gaff. I may as well get a bath.
Didn't even know your gaff had a bath. What a
Well,
wonderful laugh.
I can't.
Your house is oddly peaceful, Scaff.
It wasn't when we was younger. Jesus.
Oh.
Could you imagine one Steel growing up, the Brute, as well as Sarazella with a magic, and having two older sisters? Jesus. It was... Sorry. Avia.
Who's
It
this
was-
Jesus you keep referring to?
Me.
Oh.
I'm Green Jesus.
It's his middle name. Scaff Jesus.
What's his name? Jesus!
I think that's why your brother has taken a bit more of a liking to it, because it I don't want to say it's a home that he never had, but
No, it is. Grew up with only duty. Yeah.
as much as it pains him not having his magic, I think staying here has helped him a little bit. Oddly enough, this cake was really good.
It was. Sure, we just shouldn't send him to Salgar to study under old baker friend.
Hey, if his career as a guild master fails, at least he's got bakery as a backup.
That's true.
Look around, see if I can see Knack anywhere.
No.
Thank God. But is there anything you need to do in the city before we have a bite to eat and
No.
daybreak and everything?
I'm good, Scaff.
God, I hope everyone else is alright. And I hope Ulysses can bring Azura back, because I don't know what we're going to do otherwise. Where would we even begin?
Well, we'll begin by somehow finding him and having him tell us where the hell the big guy is. And then I don't know. I don't know, Scuff. I don't know.
I don't know either. I really don't.
Honestly, knowing that
Oh.
we're either going to have to go to a ruined city where probably no one lives, or if they do, there's just a town, and we don't know where the hell to start looking, or going to the Great Tree, where we're going to have to deal with religious organizations probably protecting whatever place that the relic is. Is it wrong? I'm oddly thinking that going to the most perilous place with the most unknown seems like the most sane thing to do.
Oddly enough, no.
On the other hand, I know that if we go through the ruins right now, we're going to be dead in a day, so... I don't know, Scath. I don't know.
All I want is for something to just go our way.
Well,
No, not
I wouldn't
like
say
where we have
nothing's gone our way. We're still here, aren't we?
Well, just I want to be able to walk into somewhere, see what we need to do the thing, and walk out. Where it just goes, everything goes our way. Is that too much to ask?
Scaff, I've learned a long time ago that if you want that, you pick up a profession. And it isn't being a guard, nor is it being in service of a castle. It is being a blacksmith, or
Being a hunter.
a farmer, or a hunter, like you said. Anything else, and well, stuff just sort of happens. And I would say normally I'm pretty good about handling it. It's just normally I have a day or two to think about it. And as of late, I haven't really gotten a day or two to think about it.
We should take some lessons from being a hunter ranger. Wielding a bow requires patience.
If not
You need
patience,
to
Scott.
know. You need to know what to do in that split second.
Scaff, give me a wisdom
Patience.
saving, bro.
Shit.
What?
It's an 18. It's not too bad.
Cool.
I lost my train of thought.
Using a bow requires patience.
Yeah. Patience is a virtue. That is not wisdom. That is not wisdom, Jin.
I love that he's telling this to the monk.
That is a fact.
Yeah. You're trying to teach a waterfall how to fall down. I know how it goes. What I mean is, everybody needs time to reflect, to learn what has happened. And all we've been doing for the last near on month now is we have reacted. Or been forced to react. That nap right there is the first proper just nothing I've had since then.
Jin, give me a wisdom save.
I need... Where's my dice? Where'd my dice go? Fuck? Where is it? Okay. Wisdom save. Not too bad at those. 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why I think myself with gaining Avery's blessing again has helped me. Once I got the blessing, I've tried to think a little bit more rationally instead of reacting, as you said, we have been doing. But I just want things just to go our way. Is it just too much to ask?
It'll only go away if we make it that way.
I mean,
For one, pulling cards from a magical deck is not helpful.
see, that was our choice. That
Exactly.
Who we didn't know what. Well,
Weird guy with an awful cap on comes in, gives you a choice of cards, and you fight a specter of death.
I am dead.
Destroyer of worlds?
Look, I thought fighting the Spectre was. Yes, it was a tough fight. Could have been a lot harder. That was my choice, but it went south so quickly after that.
Oh, don't I know it?
Honestly, you know what I want to do? Once we get Azura back, all of us go on a boat, take them gauntlets, find the deepest part of our world's ocean, and just chuck them in. That way nobody can get them.
I'm sure that'll go swimmingly.
Shark of 1,000 souls.
That'll go so well. Scaff, I have full confidence in your idea and your plan. Let's go get on a boat right now. Screw going back to Dragyun. Let's get on a boat. We're in Lochtorpion. We'll sail for 4 months. We'll come around on the other end. Scaff.
Did you not hear? I said once we get Azura and the others back and go on the boat together.
Yeah, but why wait? Why wait? Just throw the thing in the water.
Let's do it then, shall we? I see a boat. What's spending a couple of months apart from the rest of your party?
He's still in the back garden, or have you gone?
Yeah. Should we go and get something to eat before I pull off your tail and roast it on top of a fireplace? It grows back, right?
I'm only joking, Jin.
I
know it's not that simple.
Honestly, though, my idea of tossing it into one of the circles of hell and then letting them fight over the existence of the artifact. A portal to the Feywild opening up in hell doesn't seem like the worst problem for us. Yet.
Well, to be fair.
I think it's equally awful as throwing it in the ocean somewhere where some poor fisherman is going to fish up this artifact in, like, I don't know, 1,000 years, and then it's no longer our problem. I'll completely agree with you on that, but
We'll be dead then.
I need something stronger to drink than nothing. Have this conversation.
It's good to laugh, is it not?
I'll give him like a shoulder punch. It is.
As much as I'd love it, it'd be that easy. I know it's not. I mean, like I said, we've just got so much to even still to do in Dragyun. Like, once we get Azura back, you know, him and Octavian, that situation, Zephyra and her sister being the new guild leader. Because that's not going to be a simple thing to just leave.
If I stay in Dragyun for another week, and it will still be the same even now everything has been done, the subterfuge has been, which, you know, those houses haven't agreed with each other for as long as they've existed.
I'm going to say, what can we even do to even persuade them or...
Oh, we're not. I'm just going to go absolutely insane and kill someone.
Let's not do any more killing unless it's needed, Jin.
Oh, no, I mean, like I said, I would go insane first. Fine, don't worry about it.
But like, what is even our...
Just keep me from going insane and everything will be fine.
I'll let Zephyra keep you under control with that.
Uh-huh.
It's like, well...
Let's get the big guy back. Let's convince the big guy not to stay in the city. Let's convince Zephyra that she can safely leave the city and we can just go somewhere. Let's decide where we go. Rationally, let's go to the religious site and talk to the holy people.
See, the thing is, I don't know which one's harder.
Well, one is harder talking. The other one is harder in the fact that we're going to be delving into a ruin.
It's more the fact of Zephyra's not seen her sister in 5 years. Granted, they have met up. Her sister's now just been made guild leader of Dragyun. Would you want to leave your sister after 5 days running a whole city?
She's not running the city. She's running a house.
She's running a guild house, which is a very big, important thing to the country.
She's going to be stamping papers and giving out quests. Maybe, and this is a wild idea, Scath, maybe there's some job we can do. Maybe we can earn some money. Because, while I'm not broke, because the captain did set us up good, I have a feeling.
Yeah, I'm not broke, but
I have a feeling.
My coin pouch is getting lighter than heavier.
Yes.
And I would like to make an honest wage. Remember, we've come from a background where we arrest criminals.
Well, you have, maybe. That part was new to me.
It's just...
Don't worry. I always give them opportunity to settle things honorably.
I just don't want to... our first reaction to be kill.
It won't be, Scaff.
You
The
say this,
world is, especially on the road, where you don't have allies, you don't have the luxury of falling back on a system, because we're foreigners to that system. We'll be treated as such. So while, yes, keep calm and composed and act out of ration, not emotion,
what?
but showing that you're willing to stand
And
usually has the reaction that they're going to at least attempt to take you seriously.
and
And
what
then we
was,
have someone who can talk, which is our beloved paladin.
and what was setting that succubus on that group of dragonborn?
Frustration and hate.
That's what I'm on about, Jin. It was. I just don't want to be in the situation where our first thought is to kill now. As much as I love and itch for a fight now and then, I just.
Not much for a fight that I felt. Yeah.
Anyway. My belly's rumbling. And daylight is losing
Gone
us.
at this point. Long gone.
We're the late night crew in the bar, enjoying some post drunkenness kebabs.
There'll be no spicy juice.
No, but there will still be kebabs for people that are drunk.
There'll be many.
They won't be any good, but there are kebabs.
God, there'll be so many kebabs. But yeah, we'll head out and go for something to eat and whatnot.
Easy enough. Scaff takes Jin on a wondrous wander. And a chat.
In the
And a
moonlight.
wander. And a wander. And a chat in the moonlight. Familiar couple of later evening stops for somewhere to have some nice, delicious food that's not road rations.
Succulent Chinese meal.
A succulent Chinese meal.
It's democracy manifest.
You have your food. You both head back to Scaff and get your heads down.
Pretty much, unless Jin needs to do what else.
No, I'm just
Relishing the moment's peace.
yeah.
But I will enjoy a really good night's sleep in my own bed.
Okay. Any further thoughts, Azura? As now the confusion gives way to a growing uncomfortability, as perhaps enough time has passed for tiredness to seep in. And whilst you'd love nothing more than a good meal and a lie down in an actual bed, you still find yourself suspended, currently unfed, unwatered, just suspended in the darkness.
At this point, if they've not come back to him after what he said to them, it's been however long it's been, he's beginning to I think, lose hope of reaching any kind of bargain, because there's nothing more that he can say or offer at this point now, and he's resigning himself that this might be where he is stuck. So he just sort of, as much as he can, he would just slump. His head would drop. And he just... So this is what it is. Now I am here. Wherever here is. I hope the others have better luck than I have.
Give me a Constitution saving throw, please, sir, at disadvantage. With the aim to see if, through suspended sleep, you can achieve sufficient rest to not gain exhaustion.
That's a nat 1.
Nat 1. That's worth.
Buddy.
Give me a percentile roll. Because a nat 1 is rough.
$68.
68. You do gain a point of exhaustion. Being suspended, you gain what little rest you can. And whilst you find some kind of strange comfort in that whilst you've not actively had anything to eat or drink, you don't perhaps feel as hungry or thirsty as you maybe should. But that's little comfort to the tiredness you feel, as you are unable to gain a long rest, and you gain a point of exhaustion. Perhaps an uncomfortable fear sets in that if this is to continue, and it continues to go badly, there's only so much exhaustion you can get before your body gives in. So night 1 in Azura's mind is a fail as the exhaustion sets in the darkness and the silence, with only his thoughts and the occasional sporadic distant skittering to occasionally remind him that he's perhaps not entirely alone. But what help it is. Perhaps it'd be better if he was. Zephyra, you take your sister along to the guild house, where you find that there is a couple of guards that have done a patrol, and for the first time in probably at least a good few weeks, month since the closing of the guilds, one of the lantern lighters has paid a visit to the guild house. And so out the front you can see the less well maintained, slightly sand dusted, but the front of the guild house has been illuminated with 2 front porch lanterns. And there is a note on the door to the new Guildmaster. May your first quest be to find your way in. And there's a small smiley face at the bottom of the note. And at the bottom, beneath the smiley face, 2 hyphens, U, small t, MC. Oh, wonderful, a riddle on my first day. Vitani walks up and knocks on the door. I'd be a bit perturbed if there was someone inside, but she tries the handle. That would be too easy. Am I supposed to have a key?
That would be the reasonable thing, seeing as this is basically your building.
I probably should have asked for a key. But given the note from our... Well, I can only guess. Mr. Madcap has got better ideas. She rolls her eyes. Varesh steps forward. If you would permit, perhaps we could check the roof. Vitani thinks. It couldn't hurt. Varesh, take 2. Varesh turns, just looks at the motley squad of youngers and some less youngers. Of course, most of Vitani's entourage is still there. He just points to 2 of them and they disappear around the back, and you hear the skittering of claw on wood as you imagine they begin to scale the back walls.
Is there like a door frame to the main door?
Yeah.
Can I reach the top of the door frame to see if he just put the key on there? Is there a doormat?
Check.
Is there a doormat? Like, is there a plant next to the door?
Yeah,
Over the
investigation
winds.
check.
They fucked with my door!
It's a nat 20.
Natural 20.
For
You,
20.
You have a feel around, you check the door frame, there is in fact no key planted on the top. You check along the front windowsill, nothing on the left side. You look under the door, there's no mat, or if there was, it's covered by sand. You move you brush away some of the sand. A couple of them copy as they all start getting their tails and start brushing away some of the sand. We're sweeping.
I'm sweeping.
You continue to check, and on the right-hand side, stuck underneath the windowsill, is a key.
I'll just hold it up next to my face and look at Vitani. Maybe try this one. Guildmaster.
You can come down. Let me acquire my dice real quick.
Oh no.
Oh, nice.
Face plant.
As deftly as they climbed, you hear 3 almost hero pose as the 3 hop down from the roof, landing at the front. Right then, you lot with your tails, that's a good technique. I don't know how messy it's going to be inside. Please, do not touch anything. Or if you do not break it. And we shall see. She puts the key in. And you see she kind of takes a quiet moment to herself, takes a big, deep breath. This is arguably probably one of the first times she's ever used a key with any meaning. And due to that, she kind of takes an extra second. How the fuck does this fucking should have
Turn it away from the door frame, Vitani.
Yes, I know. She turns it the other way.
No, away from the door frame. Left.
Yeah, I don't know.
Your left or my left? We have the same left.
With a satisfying click, the door unlocks. She opens the door. Steps in, bobs her head in. Steps inside. Well, do you have any means of causing fire, sister?
Well, I could light a torch.
Well,
Or
if you
do
could
you
light a
mean-
torch, you could perhaps light these, whatever they're called, on the walls.
Scones?
Yes,
Sconces?
let's go with that. She gestures to the wall sconces. You
Yeah.
see, like, Scooby-Doo-esque, a bunch of the youngers have bobbed their head in a pile on top of each other through the side.
It's fine, you can come inside. And I'll get my tinder box from my pack and I'll start lighting.
You can see, whilst there is some dust, it's mostly just unoccupied. With a nice, long, deep red rug. A fireplace with a still full pile of wood and a scuttle of coals. A desk, unmanned, with a side hatch that gives way to a back area where storage, you imagine, would be. Vitani kind of keeps looking over her shoulder to make sure you're kind of following, not wanting to explore too much on her own. And
I'll
you make your way around.
join her as soon as I light everything.
She makes her way upstairs, and you can hear, as you two disappear out of sight, you hear a couple of hushed, if not slightly excited, voices. You hear a clang of metal and then a some muffled
Told
voices.
you not to touch anything or break anything. Call down the stairs.
No one replies. You just hear
Keep your claws to yourselves.
quiet shuffling of metal. Vitani heads her way upstairs, exploring a couple of the office rooms, and at the end of the corridor, a larger office that is to become her new home. There's
Not
some
bad.
books on shelves. There's a stack of papers on the desk. Plain parchment and an ink quill that has been left to dry on the desk, unused for a number of weeks. Passively, you can tell she's feeling a bit overwhelmed, but she's just exploring at the minute. There's going to be some time of gaining the familiarity of being in a purpose-built structure and what it will mean, who she's going to be able to trust to actively work in the guild with her, if any of them want to stay. No doubt she'll probably have to convince a few of them to stay until they're old enough to be reasonably sent out on their own.
Yeah.
But at least
This
for the
isn't
first
bad.
night, perhaps the beginning of a world of change. So, what do guild masters do, sister?
Well, I'll tell her about the guild master that I know from Selgod. And I'll tell her what I know about it. And then, yeah, I have this board with basically quests you can give out to guild members.
And
Things to
where-
do, things to acquire, people to find.
Sanctioned hunting.
Okay. Well, I think at least a couple of days of cleaning and arranging and planning and figuring out who is going to bring me things that I can offer to other people. She kind of rubs her head a bit.
Well, depends on who brings you things to offer. Sometimes the guard will come and give you, for example, quests to find people that have maybe left the city or haven't been found by the guard and they can't expand or expend resource to find them.
That's where
Maybe
these
just
adventuring
towns.
people would come in.
Exactly. It could be
Okay.
townsfolk who want to acquire some sort of resource. For example, say animal parts. But they can't go out hunting themselves, so they send you instead, or send adventurers instead, and then they pay them once they get their wares.
Okay. Sounds relatively straightforward.
It is. So you want to stay here tonight? Or do you want to go back to Mr. Toldarin? Give her a bit of a smirk, like, yeah, I know you don't like him.
I've not really thought of my options, but if those are my options, I'm curling up right there.
Is there any, like, I guess, like, bedrooms in the guild? Or is this really just offices?
There is another door off the guildmaster's room.
I'll check it if we haven't yet.
Yeah, you check the door. It is unlocked. On the other side, a simple but effective bedroom.
Well,
Personal space. Vitani kind of dips her head in. There's a distinct lack of fresh air and fur.
yeah. Well, it can help with the fresh air. It can open the windows. Fur, I don't think I can offer you.
I'll convince some of the boys to go and get me some. There's a marketplace, I think you said. Surely they've got something there.
Well, maybe. I mean, it's been closed for most of this rain.
She kind
But
of
I'll start opening the windows.
sticks her head out of one of the windows. Well, now we're no longer feeding this storm. It should pass in a day or two, maybe.
Yeah. Do you want me to stay? Or would you like to take this place in all by yourself?
I think I'll stay here with that rabble tonight. At least if I know that we're all in here, nothing should go wrong. And I'm sure they can control their tendencies now that they no longer are needing to eat. But I think a nice night's rest indoors for a change should do them well. And
I
we
think
will
so too.
reevaluate in the morning.
Well, that settles it then, and I'll get my bedroll from my back.
Okay.
What else? start taking off my armor,
Vitani,
which takes me a little bit longer.
yes,
because I don't
starts
have
to
gin.
try to help, has no idea what she's doing, and ends up leaving you alone so as to not get in the way. Just sits and watches you take it off. I'm sure there's an interesting story as to where that came from or why you wear it, but...
Me too. But I need to have at least a snack. I'm hungry. And I'll go back into my pack and I'll get some of the fruit that I took from
Yeah.
the
Stole.
canopy.
Stole.
I wouldn't say stole.
No.
It
Stole
was,
the
it was a,
fruit.
it was a buffet.
Offered.
Yeah, it was
They
a
were
buffet.
offered. It's all you can eat. I'll munch on some fruit.
Vitani comes over and, before you get too comfortable, gives you a hug.
Hug her back. Is this
One
better
day
now?
at a time. One day at a time.
I'll lean into her a bit more now that she doesn't have the armor. Well, the armor's not in the way anymore.
I should probably seek a means of contacting Mother. Oh, but that can absolutely wait. I just hope Father's okay, now that a large lot of the clan have gone. But fingers crossed, at least he won't be hungry.
She shouldn't be hungry either, so...
Just kind of sits and rests on you a bit, looking out the window at the rain and the cloud. Okay. She gets up and goes over to the bed, kind of just takes the mattress off and puts it on the floor. Just kind of flops down onto it. Definitely need furs.
You don't like sleeping elevated, do you?
It's not necessarily just that. It's... Well,
It took some getting used to for me too.
Yes,
But
this is to
I'm
become
basically...
my bed.
Yeah, well, I'm
I need
basically
to-
sleeping on a roll of fabric and leather. So, you know, things I'm getting used to.
Okay. Good night, Zephyra.
Good night, honey.
And you try to sleep. The sound of the rain pitter-pattering on the windowsill with the open window. Sleep finds you both. As unfamiliar as it is, it's not uncomfortable. With a lot of responsibility to come, it's a little pocket corner of the world that perhaps your sister can call her own. It's not under the thumb of someone else. So you all get a long rest, apart from Azura. Mark it off as required. As the sun rises, a new day is upon us. First light, Jin already awake, perhaps having the best rest he's had for a few days at least.
Lonely
If
now.
not, a bit lonely, sometimes a full rested night is required. Performing the forms. Get back into that routine of meditative practice. To not let habits slip. You see Cerizella, or hear Cerizella, awakens, shuffling from her room. You hear shuffling heading down the corridor towards Scath's room, and a knock at the door. You awake, brother?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound well. I'm ready to take
I'm awake.
you. I need to get you there and back sooner rather than later, so that I can plan for my day.
I'll literally come out of the room 10 seconds later, already with everything already on. I just wanted to get the last few seconds before having to go back. But I am ready.
Okay. Wait for me downstairs with Jin.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Head
going to
downstairs.
make sure that Steele and Knack are okay before venturing out.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of minutes later, she comes downstairs. Okay. Good morning, Jin.
Morning, sir.
Anything you need from myself, my house, before we venture back to Dragyun? And where at
The
your
excellent
best...
rest you've provided me.
I will try to... I've not been there for quite some time, so I will try to get you as close as possible. It's a little hard to pinpoint without express. Unless either of you have something from Dragyun that I could use as a focus.
Technically, I have a Molotov cocktail.
She kind of raises an eyebrow. If it came from Dragyun, then it could help. Something
It was
natural.
purchased there.
Let's not risk it. Okay.
Actually, I've got components for spells. Came from Dragyun. I don't know where they came from. I bought them from Dragyun.
I will make a request. She goes into her pocket, takes out a small pot of ink, passes it to, holds it out to one of you.
I'll grab it.
If I
His hand
could
away.
request something that I would like to work on as a wizard, a practitioner of the arcane. Wherever you go on your travels, find me a pebble or something similar. Something that is directly linked to the specific place that you go. And try to mark it clearly with the ink. And then bring them to me whenever you can. So that way, the more places that you are visiting, it will expand my reach of places that I can visit and take you without having to guess or without having to focus. If there is something I can use that is directly linked to a place, I can certainly get there a lot closer and a lot more direct. Teleportation magic, whilst powerful, is not an exact science. And quite often,
What about an item that is linked? Because if I'm not mistaken, Jin, do you and Zephyra not have a matching set of rings that was magically linked? Or did
Yeah,
that
but that
only...
was crafted right around here.
But it's linked to Zephyra, who is in Dragyun.
I see where you're going with that, Scath. It's less necessarily about an item that should be somewhere. It's more about an item that has come directly from a location. So a pebble found on the ground of Dragyun itself would help me teleport closer to the location. It's not impossible. I can reasonably get anywhere. But it's the difference between focusing on something directly and almost guessing a trajectory.
Makes sense. Think we can do that.
Just something to think about in the background of your travels. No doubt you have a number of them left within you. But yes. She holds her hand out. Are we ready?
Ugh, I hate this part, but yes.
You've got everything. She starts to draw sigils on her book plate. Then if we are all ready, to Dragyun it is.
Let's go.
You all disappear. But give me, both of you give me a percentile roll, please.
We end up inside the city wall. That would be highly upsetting. 69. Nice.
Nice.
71.
69 and 71, two very, very fucking close rolls there. And the closeness of them meaning not much room for error, thankfully.
I know.
You arrive approximately 40 feet from the southern entrance, not wanting to risk delving too far into Dragyun, because fuck knows, there could be buildings, there could be something anywhere. Satisfied with her work, she gestures with her subtle, just about visible mage hand towards the city. Best of luck with Azura, and best of luck with Zephyra. She looks at Jin and smirks. And best of luck from me to the new Guild Master. Or Mistress. She smiles again.
Yeah, give her a quick hug before having to leave.
You feel a sourceless hand pat you on the back.
And then just say quietly, but not too quiet, just take care of Steel. And then head towards city.
Don't get drugged with clowns.
You hear a small chuckle.
Wow.
Take a few steps. You turn back. There's a wisp of wind that floats and then flops as she disappears once more.
Back here again already.
I hate this place.
Let's go find Zeph.
No, Scaff, this is a city where unilaterally everybody decided that I should die. And I've realized that yesterday. I don't know what to do with that. And I'll walk towards the city.
Walking side by Jin, it's like, what can you do with that? Apart from
Defy
laugh.
the odds and just sleep in my enemy's house, I guess.
Oh, you couldn't write this even if you wanted to, could you?
I couldn't make this stuff up. I...
Where should we start? Do you think they're at the guild house? No, they wouldn't have gone to. They wouldn't have gone to Octavian's house, would they?
I mean, I did, but I doubt it. What did the guy say? Oh, we would get Azura back in the morning, no?
Sometime this morning, but that could be. I don't know. That's even if he lives up to that promise, which I just.
Well,
I don't
there's
know.
one location which we know we should check out if that would be the case, which is the arena. So we could go there
Yeah.
first, or start knocking on doors that we may or may not know, or...
What is closer, Pidge? Is it the guild house or the arena that's first?
Technically speaking, the arena would be closer. The guild house is... So as you go through the gate, House Green is kind of to the right, and then a little bit more northeast would be the guild house before you get to the marketplace. Similar distance, reasonably, both in the southern half of the city. But you have come at like daybreak, so...
Yeah. I think check the guild first, just in case, because
We're idiots,
I don't-
Gaff.
we're idiots.
We should have asked your sister to check up on where she was.
In hindsight, we should have, but I don't think Ulysses is a early riser as we are. So
Who knows? He might surprise you. But fair. Let's go check out the guild house. Maybe they already moved in.
and if Azura is or does come back, it'd be nice if it was all there for him as well.
Might just be, you know,
Because
missing him would, and him like going to find us, and we're going to find him, and then we just end up running in circles, looking to look for each other. And we'll spend the entire day moving like in each other's direction, and then yeah, it's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be a mess.
Zephyra,
Guild house.
you awake to a knock at
Yeah.
the door.
Oh. Sit up on my bedroll. Look towards Vitani.
Subtly snoring away.
Stretch a little bit. Get up. And walk to the door. Open it a bit.
As you open the door a crack, you see Varesh is stood at the door.
Oh. Morning. Ooh.
Forgive me, Princess. It's a little cramped in here. And you look over his shoulder and you can see the whole contingent has made their way Guildmaster's office and are all dog-piled around the room.
Why are you all here, Vera?
I tried to explain that we should give space, but a couple of them expressed concerns in not wanting to be too far and to get in trouble. And I explained that as long as they didn't leave the building, I'm sure they'd be okay, but they didn't want to risk it. And after some pointless arguing with the young ones, forgive me, but I said that we should all sleep in here. But I'm quite frankly tired of being kicked in the head. So I can't
bet.
sleep anymore. You see there's a couple of them that are just on the floor, like doing the sleeping dog.
Alright, okay. Well, I'll just
to make you aware that everyone's in here before you come out and stumble.
It's fine. I'll see if I can. I know it's early in the morning, but maybe I can get some breakfast for everyone.
He kind of looks a little sheepish. Well, I wouldn't worry too much. I don't think any of us are hungry.
I know you're not hungry. I am, but I feel like you should still get to, enjoy the taste of food, even though you're not hungry anymore.
Yeah, yes, okay.
Make eating something to enjoy and not something that is purely a necessity.
I think that's all we've ever known. It's necessity.
Well, it doesn't have to be any longer. Oh, let me just get my pack and I'll head out and see if I can get us something.
Okay.
You said you liked the fruit?
Kind of bites his lip a bit. I did.
Well then, fruit it is.
It nods and then turns around and finds himself a little place to sit with his knees up so as to not wake up the kids.
Do you want to sit in there? You can sit on my bedroll.
No, it'll be okay.
Or you can just, get yourself somewhere else in the guild house where there's more space.
I'll just wait here.
Look, neither my sister and I are here to order you around anymore. Like we said yesterday, you all have your own choices to make.
I still kind of feel responsible for them. Sort of.
Well, it honors you that you do feel responsible. Sign of a good leader, Varesh. He'll just pat his shoulder a little bit. Caring for those that follow you.
Okay.
And I'll just sort of adjust my clothes and I'll leave my armor with my sister. I'll just get my pack.
And make your way out.
Well, first downstairs and then have a look if there's enough light during the day in the guild house that the sconces don't need to be lit again, or if they're still on.
Yeah, the sconces have slowly dimmed and burnt themselves out. But as the sun, the windows allow enough light in during the day. Yeah.
And I'll just step outside and take a deep breath. Is it still raining?
It's a bit lighter than it has been. It's less storm now and more just raining. But it is still raining a bit. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh god, here we go. 22.
22. You take your breath in the fresh air. Jin, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh God, someone's watching. It's an 18.
Okay. Scath, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Seven.
7.
Soft ghost.
7.
As you
Oh,
walk,
Scath.
you enter the gates, discussing your options of where to go. You start to make your way towards the guild house. You receive a message in the back of your mind. Ah, Mr. Favor Lizard. I'll keep it brief. Bad news. Turns out, expending high-level magic exhausts me, and I won't be able to wish your friend back for 2 days come. Best wishes. And that's where we will end this session.
What the fuck?
Ulysses, useless bastard.
I do apologise, everybody, but I
Those are some.
wouldn't be true to myself if I cheesed things just to make things a bit easier, and upon reflecting on the madcap, I realised the extent of expending all of its charges. And so to be able to re-perform 9th level magic, he's going to have to get rid of a few levels of exhaustion, or he'll kill himself, which he's not going to do. So, unfortunately, Azura's got to wait 2 days before he can be wished back. Unless...
Is that 2 more days?
Those are some
Yes.
fancy death saving throws.
Unless... I mean, you've been told what you've been told. It's up to you if you want to try. I'm not just saying that. That's not me going, Biggie's out for two more days. If you want to try and figure something else out, there's no harm asking. But yeah, I could have just DM cheesed it and gone, yeah, he wishes him back. But there's no point writing stuff if you're just going to belay it. So I apologise. But yes, Ulysses can't wish my man back after day 1.
I just wanted to quickly.
Scaff, you look like you just seen a ghost.
All I was going to do when you said we're going to end it, once I've done that, I would have literally grabbed Jin's shoulder, and properly, squeezed his shoulder.
Ow.
Like talons digging into skin pressure.
Where were you?
And then I would have explained the message I just got in my head to Jin.
We're not getting a break.
No, we're fucking not. But
well,
so
shit.
So we've got a couple of weeks off now. Definitely 2 weeks off, maybe 3 weeks off.
definitely 2, yeah.
Definitely 2, maybe 3. But Lucy's got her last 2 weeks away, so that's those accounted for at least. And then no more weeks away. Holy moly.
Yay.
And then potentially another work thing for Dwarf. But beyond
Well, later
that...
this year, swinging a holiday stuff, but
yeah. So, enjoy the next few weeks, my loves. We will be back before you know it. And
Gotta think of something.
yeah. We've got a little thing or two to sit on and think about for a couple of weeks. What's next? Let's get Biggie some little umbrellas and some spicy juice.
I ain't getting no beach bar. My stocks.
You haven't asked nice enough yet.
Yeah, true. Might get the beach bar. Ha! Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a wonderful next few weeks. LARP season beginneth. Let's fucking do this. But until then, see you soon. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.